Once again, we spring into existence. For I have returned. From break time. Or as I might call it, the great filter. Or as I might call it, the threshing floor. Or as I might also call it, break time. Very truly. Yeah. Break time always eats up so much time. Because for me, there's just no such thing as a short break. Well, maybe there is, but like, it's rare to say the least. Very, very rare. It's just like everything that I do seems to take, I don't know, a surprising amount of time. It's very unusual. Since I was up and about, I decided I would get myself a snack. As is tradition. No doubt. At all. I have no doubt at all that everyone is probably either fallen asleep or wandered off on their own accord. Because that's just sort of how these things go. But it's fine. I'll just sit here. I'll munch on my muffin for a hot minute. And then I will probably go back to programming the thing. Probably. Riacho. With an underscore. Has followed. Gasp. I mean, hello and welcome. A friend. its friend. Alcolin Q rated here earlier. And friend came with. Yeah, I'm gonna use that as my excuse. And I wouldn't really say that this is ZSH. This is the, in the background here, this is the, like, configure script for GCC. Which is sort of like my target. And at the beginning of the script, it's got like a bunch of like compatibility and mode switching things for like a bunch of different shell types. Apparently they do some crazy stuff. Like printing a long string crashes Solaris 7 user bin printf. Sounds like Solaris has some issues. Prefer a KSH shell built in over the external printf program on Solaris, but without wasting forks for bash or ZSH. Solaris is perfect. 1023 characters is all you will ever need. I don't actually know what the limit is, but like I saw this line in there earlier and I was like, I wonder how long of a line that produces. So I did the math on it and it like worked out to like 3,000 characters or something. I was like, neat. I think it was exactly 3,090 characters, or was it 4,090? I don't remember. One of those two. I think it was 30. 3090 characters. For that sweet, sweet unintentional NVIDIA mention. I don't think that's the actual like buffer size. But the way they do this, someone just mashed a bunch of like backslashes into a string. And then they multiply the string length by 5. And then they take that string length and they multiply it by 6. And then they shove that into their commands. And that's apparently enough to trigger like some sort of overflow. And I'm like, that's a fun way of testing that. So, well, it was probably just intended as a string of a very significant length. It does have a specific length when you calculate it. So it will probably catch like buffer sizes of like 2,000 or 1,000 characters. Which are surprisingly common in C programs. It's almost like all the performance concerned C programmers are like, we'll put it on the stack, but it will need to be of a specific size. You don't see too many stack allocators. It's kind of vaguely rare. Right now I'm munching on a muffin because I just had a break and I came back with snack. Very close to being done with it though. Arena allocators. I mean, you can use an arena allocator pretty much anywhere. Because all an arena allocator is that it's a block of memory of a fixed size that you can like sub-allocate from. Which makes them ideal for like large blocks that you can put on a stack or something. I may have written an arena allocator once or twice. I don't remember them. I don't remember all of the requirements to be considered an arena allocator, but I'm pretty sure that was it. Alright, the muffin has been munched. The drink hath been slurped. Maybe even a little bit extra. Polyglitch and Star Destroyer 69. Nice. Have both followed. Alas, I do not have a slurp emote. I kind of do that on purpose. Eee. I don't have to slurp it, but I do. Makes it taste better, supposedly. Supposedly. I mean, it's kind of a lie, but like, there's also some truth to it. That's probably true of a lot of things that I say. All right, what were we doing? Yes, we were writing a shell. Or more specifically, I was redoing how tokenization works because I was not a fan of it. Basically, we turned all of the tokens from like arrays of an object and a string into objects, some of which are fixed in existence, so they have a single identity. Thus, we're effectively just like I guess allocating like new instances of them. Which means that like my test program is kind of sort of weird. It doesn't do all the things. And I got these expand parameter objects backwards. This one is supposed to be U. This one is supposed to be O. Very O. Yeah. O. Also, I might just drop the parameter expand name string from them. It seems like it's something that I don't need. Because why do that when we could prototype? The prototype. Also, if we like put some string in here, these get turned into like little objects. But each object has like its own unique identity. So now that I have this updated object model, which is probably not helpful for me in the slightest. Or maybe it is, I don't know. I should probably work on... Oh shoot, I forgot something else. I was gonna say I should probably work on the object model. Or no, I should work on the, the grammar rules. Because the shell has like a very specific grammar. Because if you type like true and false or true, for example, these get split up into like little segments. And like the individual segments are executed in sequence. A sequence called like a list, an alternate list. And like I started kind of to make the alternate lists, but also kind of didn't. Also, we need one of these. We need one of these silly objects for white space. And I just find white space. I'll put this in the white space variable. Apparently, let's have type any. You are become white space. Bringer of destruction. I hope that doesn't like mess it up. These should probably be equivalency. That's what now? Grotoro. Was it me that you saw watching Rabbit and Steel a long time ago? It could have been. Because I did in fact stream Rabbit and Steel some time ago. I even have like a Rabbit and Steel plushie on my desk. The Rabbit and Steel plushie, even. I even made some like silly highlight reel of me like imitating the voice that I think that the character Tasha in the game would have. Tasha is a wolf. So apparently we have like this whole thing. Yeah, there's like a whole. It was a whole thing. I don't know. I haven't streamed it recently though. I think it's a pretty good game. If I could convince myself to play more games, I'd probably play it more. It is surprisingly difficult. Get myself to do certain things. It's kind of ache. True. False. True. I... Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect that to work at all, but... It doesn't, like, do anything at all anymore. It doesn't pull in the words. Probably because the words are no longer arrays. They are now strings. These are strings, which means these have to go in here. Have a fun lurk? Maybe? Maybe. Let's see, and then this one... Well, this has to be my else case. All of this is turned upside down, topsy-turvy. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Else if... What is T anyways? What do you consider T? Or T is one of these objects. If Q... We're gonna put quoted text. Various quoted text. Tokens push. There's like a null. Or does it not want me to do that? It probably doesn't want me to do that. End of line. End of the line. An end line object. End line object. End of the line. Where are you? You are a string through and through. I was probably thinking of making these into like very specific token objects like it was with all the rest of them. Alright, it's gonna drive me crazy if I have to like do this every time. We're making a function. Which will be like very shell line. It's gonna take line as a string. And maybe context as a shell context. Or maybe we do it the other way. Contrary to like every single other function, we're gonna do it the other way. Basically what this is going to do is like all of this stuff. We're gonna take the line and we're gonna output the line. And we're not gonna catch things in here. And then we're going to turn. We want more. Yeah, and I also probably might perhaps want to print out line. And then if line ends with like a new line character, a new line symbol, which it likely will. No, I don't want to mess with it. I think we need to leave that in there. What I want is for this to be like line, give it context, give it the evil string, and have that like print out everything, that it works in exactly the same way as all of this stuff. And then, and then, and then that should be me. Probably, maybe good. Possibly. Possibly. So if we run this, we get undefined. What does this say? You're I did something wrong here. We definitely did something wrong here. Something is being iterated that is not supposed to get iterated. Which honestly could be a number of things. Likely in here because that's what looks broken. So what we got? We got a bunch of words. A big blob of words. Not the words. What do we do to the words? I think it was one of these push functions. Current word, current unquoted. Well, that's not right. Well, there's the problem with that part of it. It doesn't exactly lend itself to being, like, readable. I didn't exactly expect it to be, though. Now we can do things like true and false. And the new line gets put in with the false, which is not quite what we want it to do. A new line has to go in, I think, the lexicographic section as a type of token that we probably treat a little bit different. Like, is it in here? I don't think it is. Or if it's stored in the almost tokens, it's probably like, I don't know, stringified in some way. Speaking of the almost tokens, you should be stringified. Become string? Become one with the string. It doesn't quite turn the strings into strings that I want. Like, I want them to get treated like strings that are, I don't know, different. It doesn't really make any sense. Maybe if we have the ability to breathe. Yeah. It's usually a sign that I need to drink something. Let's put end line. Very end. Subshell. True false. End of the line. So this should have a list with true and then a list with a kind of the and. I gotta move the friend. Slightly. Just big chillin' here. E. So basically what we have is called a list, an and or list. And this is the construct that I kind of have parsed out here, but we have... This goes a bit deeper. A blue party has followed. Hello, and welcome. Where command? These are like they're like pipelines. Kind of, sort of. And like these and or lists, you can separate these with semicolons. If an and or list is terminated by the control character, the ampersand, the shell shall execute the and or list asynchronously in a subshell environment. Subshell shall execute in the background. That is, the define eternal fox, or maybe the eternal divine fox, will show up from the background and present to the foreground a greeting that the shell shall not wait for. An attempt was made. I don't think I pulled that one off very good. But if I did, it would have been so perfect. Be like, you are now part of the narrative. Maybe. Maybe. Or maybe not. Who knows? We gotta add to the lore. It'd be kind of funny if we just, like, did that in here. Found this object. Just, we just added this. Shall not wait for the eternal divine fox. Before executing the next command, if any. I need to make this bold. That's important. Is this getting edited as HTML? No, that got edited as text. No worries, we have the ability to edit as HTML. Oops. Don't put extra space. Space in HTML is cursed. Everybody knows this. There, much better. yogurt drink. A yogurt drink. Yogurt drink can be pretty good. Kinda yummy. Which is friends. Say hello to friend, maybe. I don't think that friend can hear you on my channel, though. You'd have to go to, like, the L:Q channel to talk to the friend. 'Cause that's where it's from. We borrowed it for the stream. As entertaining as it would be for me to have a clone of friends, I don't think I could do it. You lent the friend? Maybe. 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 And or list is a sequence of one or more pipelines separated with the operators. And then a list is a sequence of one or more and or lists separated by one of these operators. And thus, we probably should figure out how to parse the pipeline. Seems like a bit of an objective. Kind of sort of an objective. Also, I don't know if, like, if I put, like, echo exclamation points, does the exclamation point get put in the echo? Not echo? Shells do weird things if you put the exclamation point in them. Apparently. We could do exclamation point echo. Okay, that's also kind of interesting. If the exclamation point is the word at the beginning, it's probably just in here. Yeah. The pipeline begins with the reserved word exclamation point. Command 1 is a subshell command. The application shall ensure that the subshell operator at the beginning of command 1 is separated from the exclamation point by one or more blank characters. The behavior of the reserved word exclamation point immediately followed by the subshell operator is unspecified. It's not quite what I was thinking. The exit status of the pipeline shall depend on whether or not the pipe fail option is enabled, and whether or not the pipeline begins with the exclamation point reserved word as described in the following table. The exclamation point reserved word causes the exit status to be the logical not of the exit status of that command. The shell shall use the pipe fail setting for yada yada yada. Is friend written in Rust? And if so, is friend send? Unfortunately, I think friend is not written in Rust. If I remember correctly, I believe friend was written in eLisp or something like that. And friend is probably send, but not sync. It's very problematic. Which means that we cannot interact with the friend. I like having it there, though. I left it there. I left friend here. It's been keeping me company. In my time of need. In this great time of need. It makes me feel good, even though the friend is quiet. Pipeline is a sequence of one or more commands separated by the control character pipe. For each command but the last, the shell shall connect the standard output of the command to the standard input of the next command, as if by creating a pipe and passing the right end of the pipe as the standard output of the command, and the read end of the pipe as the standard input of the next command. Hence the name pipeline. E. But we have to parse this. We have to parse it. We have to parse it. It must become thing. Yeah, a thing. Yep, I am. As I've mentioned before. So good at words. Trying to build a shell with HTML elements so that text can be highlighted, selected. What kind of text? Like text that you type in? Such that each word is broken apart? I mean, I've done stuff that is not entirely dissimilar to this. Like, I know that I have not streamed it very recently, but I was working on a programming language. And one of my implementations, or re-implementations, was to build the compiler in TypeScript and have it exist in a web page. So it took all of the language tokens and it broke them up into like HTML objects, divs or some such. In fact, a lot of the a lot of the web-based editors, they turn things into divs and then style them. Or maybe it spans. I don't know. The programming language compiler, the whole reason it makes HTML divs at all is because I wanted a visualization of like the abstract syntax tree. So not only did it turn the tokens themselves into HTML, it also like it put together like a visualization of like the syntax tree, so it would generate div objects for the hierarchy. And I built the whole thing in such a way that like the visualization and the like actual parsing was separate from each other, well abstracted, such that they don't need to be like connected together. Although having them connected together made it look kind of nice, but it is what it is. Let's see here. So, on a previous stream, I built the so-called expand function, which doesn't actually expand. It's technically supposed to be part of the grammar, but isn't because I was lazy or something. So like, maybe I rename this function at some point, or maybe I don't. I don't know. Who knows anymore at this point? I don't know. I certainly don't know. I certainly don't ever know. Anyways, this function is supposed to like take all of the shell tokens and then determine whether or not they like form a command structure. It's supposed to turn things into like pipelines and or lists and subshells, and it's supposed to nest them all together into like objects or series of instructions. And the series of instructions are basically like what the shell needs to do to actually like execute everything. Or so I tell myself. However, it wasn't really like put together all the way. It was kind of minimally assembled in such a way that it would like it would do kind of the bare minimum of like grammar parsing, and then it would do even more bare minimum on top of that. Oops. Reserved word, exclamation point. We need the reserved exclamation point word. with all of the reserved words, I'm gonna make it so that these, like, do certain things. I don't know if I should have a big giant table of reserved words like this, or if I should have, like, more specialized tables. Kind of like very indecisive about that. I might want more symbols though. Something we didn't really cover in here. It's like the words. I have this big giant table of special words. This maps strings to like functions. So if we have a function, we can just have it like call the function and then it will like do something. Definitely something. It's a definite something. Why is this such a definite something? I can essentially make it do pretty much any kind of something. Like if I wanted this to put the ampersand combination here into like whatever the context is. To have it return the line and then the context we could just call it C. E. We have this like push a token type. If I had another token type, where are my tokens down here? These should go up. Up here, you got all the functions, we got all the constants, and then we get a bunch of like lookup tables. So I want one for a list and we got list or. I almost want to like take whatever value or object or whatever and make it so that if it's an object, we return an object. And we just put the object in this series of tokens. This is just like a giant lookup of different things. Yeah. Because if I'm just gonna have a bunch of things which are like, push this token, return L. Push this token, return L. That could just be a special case. This could just be an object, which is list and. And I think all of these are just gonna be. Let's give them some sort of type. Some sort of type. Maybe this can be an object. Yeah, you can just be object. That way, if we want to change the object later, can't possibly want to change the object later, can we? Can we? Or maybe we can? I don't know. But now we have to catch this. This is type of. And we have object. Object. Then we are going to do tokens push the object. Return line. Is that not good enough? Is that not good enough? I would have thought that was enough to catch it. Your object. You are object. But you are not the object. Token or not object? E? How about your number? that the states are essentially numbered. Alright, what is unhappy with me now? Token is not assignable to string. Oh, lovely. Not lovely. Token or string. Okay, what if we just put this in here so you don't have to worry about any of that. None of it at all. And then you're going to be string if you get here. This thing is going to give me a hard time. This thing is going to give me a very, very hard time. Isn't it? Isn't it? You are also going to be string in that case. Alright, we may have solved this. Maybe. There's a chance. However slim there may be, there is a chance. Also, I want to test true and false, or maybe true and false, or maybe new line. Very 2. Why is there a 2? You're supposed to catch that. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, but no, but yeah, but no, but yeah, but yeah, but no. But yeah. But also, yeah, definitely. Okay. And I'm silly. I didn't mean it. Really, really. Really, really. That's a little bit bitter, better. Bitter, better, patter, pitter, patter. Bitter, better, pitter, patter. Right, yes. So we want these new tokens to get used instead of whatever these thingies are. We want these tokens to tell me how the little witch always is doing today. Probably. Hello there. And as always, welcome, welcome. How is the witch today? As for me, I am pretty good, I think. Pretty good. We are in maximum chibi mode today. A maximum chibi mode. Because this is the kind of mood that I'm in. Which I think is sort of like an okay type of thing. I think. I'm getting lots of raids today. Feel like some days nothing. And then some days I get raided by everybody. It doesn't make any sense. We need to shout out which odds. So some have said maybe deserves to be in the circle. The rumor mill is a powerful thing. Perhaps. Pretty good channel though. Can definitely recommend. Very holy. Holy, what the fimsh? Sheesh. We gotta stay wired, as they say. I don't know, I watch a lot of Twitch apparently. What the fimsh? The fimsh is the real Sigma. Alright, now I got my and or list split into the and or list. The fimsh is the real squimsh. For real, for real. The words, not the words. Anything but the words. I don't know if I like the way that I structured the objects for this part. When it comes to the grammar of the objects, the grammar needs to form a hierarchy. A hierarchy of words that could potentially, and by potentially I mean almost certainly, are going to end up being like a series of commands. Probably. Probably. Yeah. So maybe we call them commands. And then they could be string or reserved, or you can be tree command. And then we have the current command tree, which might get nested in some way into like some other command tree. Or might not, I don't know. Given that the shells are not fundamentally overly complex, I'd say that there's probably a way of like flagging this. And this, also, we didn't mention this, but like, yeah, if you're joining me, I'm building an operating system. And the part that I've been working on for the past few streams is a shell. It's an emulation of the Bourne shell, which is like sort of like the canonical command line interface that you will interact with on pretty much 99.99% of all like Unix-like operating systems. It will typically be some version of like the Bourne shell. So in previous streams, I built out the lexicographics, the thing that parses and turns stuff into tokens. And on this stream, we're going a bit deeper with the grammar and fixing a bunch of stuff. Sort of, I'd say. But it's been 6 hours and we're only now starting in the grammar portion more. Yeah. Refactors go burr. The Z shell on the Mac I mean, this is kind of true. However, Z shell, like many others, is capable of emulating the Bourne shell. Pretty much all of the shells are capable of emulating a common subset of the shell language, which is the Bourne shell, just because it's so ridiculously ubiquitous. So while the other types of shells have like shell-specific behavior, pretty much everything emulates the original, the Bourne shell. Partially out of necessity, and partially because it's the standard. So if you run a script, a .sh script with like Z shell or K shell or whatever, they will switch into what's called emulation mode and pretend to be a Bourne shell while executing the script. Whether or not they are actually good at it, sort of another matter. But as far as I know, all the shells support this in some way. Even Bash, the like born again shell, if you run it in a particular mode, it will pretend to be like the original Bourne shell, and it will actually like downgrade / side grade its features. Like it's a more limited subset. Pretty much every shell will like be able to interpret. Well, the shells be wild. I say almost every shell. Almost. Something in my throat there. I'll drink some of that water. So yeah, we're making I'm making a shell for my operating system. This silly operating system project. Yeah. One of my goals is to try and rewrite as much of like the user space utilities in JavaScript or TypeScript and make like the overwhelming majority of the user space just Node.js running various scripts. Because I find this like kind of both hilarious and also like, I don't know, approachable, I guess is the word. Kind of, sort of approachable. Some things I want to write myself. Some things I might consider like looking around for alternatives for. Because I know that NPM exists and there's some crazy stuff out there. like a few streams ago, I found, what was it? It was like file system bindings, like fuse file system bindings. So you could write file systems in JavaScript and Node. And I'm like, that's fun. I don't know if I'm gonna write any file systems in user space with Node.js and like JavaScript, but I can. How evil. Hello and welcome to Lotus Kushan. It is probably that time. It is probably that time when people start waking up. And others go to sleep. Essentially, it's arguably one of my favorite times to be live, kind of. I don't know. I'm kind of like truly a fan of like, I guess, having a sort of global audience, but like this kind of complicates things because I don't know. You got Europe coming in at a specific time, and the U.S. goes out around the same time, and then like if you're in like the Asia Pacific region, then like it might be fine, it might not. You never know. British accent? I'm not good at British accent. There's a very specific mode of speech. I can generate like a weird fabrication of a British accent. It's not very good. It'd be like it's a British accent in it, but in it. Go trot down to the pub for some chippies. We're in the Twilight Zone. What's a Twilight Zone? The sun never sets on the Mesaka stream. But we do turn it on and off frequently. Because it blinds me. Today we have the sun turned off because yeah. It hurts my eyes sometimes. The joke here is that I call my lamp the artificial sun. Or just the sun. I have a lamp. Blasts me in the eyes whenever I have like my 3D on. It's important to get the eye tracking proper. If I turn it off, I can still be 3D, but like the eyes usually squint more or jitter more. They're not as accurate. Unfortunately, I don't think it radiates UV. It's an LED lamp. have a problem. The sun is really bright. Have you tried turning it off and on again? No, we did not try that. How do we turn it off? You reach up and you flip the switch. Where's the switch? We'll get back to you. We produced vitamin Delta. We don't. I must consume it. It's a bit inefficient, maybe. But it's essential. Ugh, no turning off the sun. No turning off the sun. We're gonna steal the moon and we're gonna turn off the sun and then it will all be fine. Really. Really real. Or maybe I won't. I don't know. Ow. A cat walking all over me. Awkwardly. Moon is kind of chill. It really is. The sun is a bit hot-tempered. You don't want to draw the moon's ire, though. Ow. Ow. Ugh, can't be crazy. Can't be quick. Can't jump off of my chair. So, what was I doing? What was I doing? What was I doing? You were building? Command? Tree of command? Maybe I shouldn't have a current kind of thing. Maybe we should have a current tree. Current tree. It's gonna be tree command. Tree command, do you copy? And then we have thing, and then we have command array, and then and then we can just current, what is it, kind and tree push current tree. I don't know if we want to push the current tree. Class. If we do class, make it kind blank command blank new tree commands. Very command, very tree. Very kind of tree, sort of, maybe kind of, sort of tree. Sort of kind of tree. I think with grammars, you have to have I think like a stack. A stack of delimited contexts. I think that's how I did it in the past. Maybe. Maybe? See, what do you do? You reset the current tree. So I don't need to reset words, do we? Wait, if current tree is an object, then words? Could just be current tree commands, maybe? No, what if we just... Why don't we just manipulate that object directly? It'd be like the current tree kind. We can change what kind it is. Kind of a weird... Kind of a weird way of doing it, though. And no, I think that goes there. And your what? Current tree object? Maybe, maybe. This got renamed to commands, although we didn't really actually rename it very much. Words? Let's get rid of words. In theory, I could use one of these as like an array. In theory, in practice, I probably won't. So yeah, that turns into commands. Array of commands. Like so. This one get turned into a tree of commands, or is this just kind of... Yeah, that's just a bunch of nonsense that gets turned into chaos. We don't really handle any of that quite properly. We don't handle any of that properly at all. I need to probably add more token types to the grammar parsey thing. The grammar parsey thing. I am so good at words. Oh no. So you're reserved. Very oh no. So good at words sometimes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Abso-positive-alutely. let's see here. The exclamation point, you are part of the first command in a pipeline. E. A little bit E. Yeah. I don't like the almost tokens turn things into objects the right way. There's an object type that doesn't have a representation. Who was it? One of you is responsible. I know you're in here somewhere. All of these should have symbols. You're not push states, are you? Push states? Oh, because that has an actual thing in it. What about tokens? Push? It's one of these. Yeah. These are going to need... These are going to need class. Those are going to need a class. Otherwise, it's not really going to work. So what are you? You are a lex parameter. Lexi parameter, and we'll have a name which is a string. And then we're going to be lex parameter. I'll just get rid of all that stuff there. Slightly, maybe better, possible. Just slightly. Why does that mess up my windows? Eee. Eee. Stay. Stay. Not that I need much other than like this one. Hey, what do you not like? What do you complain about? Token type. Token type. A token type. A very token, very type. Lex token should be a flavor. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Let's see, it forces you to be a string. Why do you keep doing that? E. Too much E. Go away. Stop making my windows so big. Small. Small and small. Yeah, sometimes I wish it would exit, and sometimes I wish it would stay open. But I can't make up my mind which one I want. Sometimes I want one, and sometimes I want the other. There's still objects that we're pushing that are like not the thing. You are parameter expansion. Like, yeah, we need those parameter expansions. Gotta have those parameter expansions. Mm-hmm. 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 Very. Mm-hmm. What do we have? We have Lex parameter operation thing. I don't remember what all the fields are. Let's see. We have the name. We have the length field. And then yeah, and then I don't know. I don't know what then. I don't know what and then. Presumably, though. Something. Boot. Boot. It's a boot time. It's a boot time. Oh no. String? Stringle? Just string, no L. Just string, no L. No L. Come on, word. Type my words. Take my words. Program editor thingy. Don't leave me. Let me just find new parameter name constructor. And we got L equals length name. Or M3. And this one is the operator flavor. Gotta check for the hashy thing, the name thingy. Technical term. Operator thingy. Even technicaler term. I'd almost want, like, invalid expansions be a separate object. Would that be kind of silly? Be kind of a little bit silly. Maybe not the most silly thing, but a little bit. Just a little. Just a teeny tiny. Little teeny tiny bit. As far as I remember, as far as I know, that should be a little bit sort of, maybe kind of sort of fine. You know what we need? You know what we don't have? I don't have. I don't have the pipeline join token word thing, which is just a pipe, a single pipe. And we gotta put that in here. so many things. If you are a pipeline, join. A log god. Extra Tuskmard. And Setch Cup. Maybe a little bit of Wellish. Mmm. 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 Slightly. Mmm. I know that this isn't quite right. This isn't quite what we want. Yeah, almost all of these are just gonna be push word. So I wonder if I can't just like handle the case where we have Q up here. And then we get like the Q pipeline thing, and then all the rest of these are gonna be stuck in ad lands. Oh, wait a minute. I want to be stuck in ad land. Yeah. Ad land is not for foxes. Oh, no. E? No E? Recommand pipeline. Oh no. Oh no. No, no, no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. We're gonna get up and take a break though. A stretch break. Be really good about now. 100%. exposure from the... Yeah. I'm back again. From the void. From the deep, dark void of non-existence. It's freaky down there. Tell you what. Surprisingly freaky, but not overly so. Yeah, I've been like so worn out since yesterday. So stretching consists slightly less of stretching and more of like getting out of my chair and moving around somewhat and doing things that are stretchingly tangent adjacent. Yeah, I kind of pushed myself kind of hard yesterday. I'm sure by the next stream it will be normalized and I can do more normalized stretching things, kind of. Or not. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. Anyways, we need to work out how to put the commands. You have to be able to put the commands together. Form tree of commands. You might even call it command tree. Command tree. Tis the Christopher. 1955. Why do I pronounce it like that? Command tree. Bear fruit. And thus the tree bore fruit, and it was yum. And the Mesaka declared it was great yum, and was much rejoicing in the land. Tavin. Nah. Anyways, the trees of commands needs to be able to house items in such a way that the items that we put into the trees have to form threads of something. What am I trying to say? We need to set a precedence for the trees. We have to teach them a lesson. A lesson they will not soon forget. We need the president of trees. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Na na nya nya nya. So for this, we will need the Petri dish. We need the level. Level is going to be a number. A very number. What it means, nobody knows. Where it will go, nobody knows. Probably. Probably, however, the number is significant in some way. It is significant in that the number needs to be existent the Petri dish instead of the P tree. Maybe it's the B tree. It's not a B. Very, Not sure what to think of these dishes. Not sure what to think of any of these dishes. Other than the fact that we need to dish them out. So, because we have to elect the president of trees, this means that we're going to need to vote for the trees. Clearly. Just kidding. Well, I'm gonna have to come up with some way of, like, distinguishing things. Nesting them, if you will. Because normally, with items inside of the trees, we need to make sure that whatever grouping we have here gets put into an appropriate level. Like, the pipelines have to go inside of lists. And the lists have to go inside of sequences. Sort of. Sequences or control commands. Contain lists. Oh, it's going to be interesting to figure out. Yeah, it's a list. And a list contains and/or lists. And then the and/or lists contain pipelines. And the pipelines contain commands. And then supposedly the commands These contain mostly just a bunch of words, but they can also contain redirection operators. Sort of. Well, the redirection operators are something that's more like something that you attach to a command as opposed to like put into a command. So I think what I would consider a win here would be if I could get a hierarchy of the pipelines, the and/or functions, and like maybe the lists. The lists, the listses, the lispses, the listipses. And maybe subshells? I don't know. For this rule, we're going to require a level. Yeah. The way I think this should work is that I want to put items into maybe like a pipeline or something. Maybe. ECMOS. An OS powered by ECMAScript. ECMAScript being like the canonical standard for like JavaScript and TypeScript. How does it work? Carefully. But in a more serious sense, it's basically just like a Linux kernel, and then like we replace the user space with Node.js. And yeah. And that's sort of the objective. Just ECMAScript. Somehow managed to use a compiled TypeScript. Well, I mean, we have this like we have this like to-do list, and if you scroll down to the bottom of the to-do list, you find the absolutely cursed to-do list items, like building JavaScript compilers. Turn the JavaScript into things that are definitely not JavaScript. This whole section is called Too Deep. I might want to split this though. I might want to I'm gonna split this up and be like absolutely cursed. Absolutely cursed stuff. We're gonna save the absolutely cursed stuff for after I get the so-called easy stuff. Nyeh. Nyeh. Tima desu. Tima desu. Hello, hello, hello. Ambitious. I think every good operating system needs a certain level of ambitious goals. Like this stuff here, this is doable. All this stuff is doable. Some of this actually already exists, believe it or not. Out in the wild world, out in the deep dive wild world, something. The Media Source Extensions API in the Ladybird. That sounds like some actual good fun. To some extent. Media Source Extensions. I know Ladybird is the browser project that spun out of the Serenity OS project, because I was watching like a lot of the progress on that. The Media Source Extensions, I think this was part of, what was that thing called? I don't remember. It's related to streaming though, I definitely know that much. I'm probably thinking of like WebRTC stuff, but I think media sources were not exclusive to that. They're more related to like the multimedia pipeline in general, which also covers video objects. Video and audio media playback objects. What do you say? The Media Source Extensions API allows sites to directly inject media into a media source to enable streaming. I don't know if I've ever messed around with it. So I would say good luck. Because I think it's an important component, to be absolutely sure. Absolutely, absolutely. Writing browser engines is... I don't know. It's kind of on par with operating system development, if you think about it. It's got the same sort of like magnitude of complexity. Like individually, the components of a web browser are not necessarily complicated, but there's just a ton of them. There are so many web APIs. See, where was I? I was at 79 posix.ts. C and C++ dev teams are institutionally allergic to Rust. I mean, there's a good reason for it. Like, C is like this fundamentally low-level imperative language. C++ inherits C, but also like introduces like a bunch of like object-oriented concepts and maybe a small hint of like functional programming. But Rust leans heavily, super heavily into functional programming. Rust does not lend itself to imperative programming or like object-oriented programming. Like, you can do it. It's not pretty. So if you try to dump that into some sort of like C or C++ project, the structure is just completely incompatible. I would say the one reason why C and C++, well, mostly just C++. C++ doesn't interop with Rust. Like, this is actually kind of a big thing with like multi-language projects. If you have like compiled projects like C++ and Rust, like, they don't directly interop with each other. If you want C++ to call into Rust, or if you want Rust to call into C++, you have to write a bunch of wrappers using like C APIs. You can't use like C++ APIs or Rust APIs directly unless you do like some shenanigans, but then you're going to be stuck with like a very incompatible like ABI layer in between everything, and it's just, it doesn't glue together very nicely. You have a little bit better chances of interoping C with Rust or C with like C++ because they have that overlap. C and C++ have a lot more overlap, being like I don't know, related as they are. But when it comes to Rust, with Rust you have to use like the C API thing, and then you're trying to, yeah, it's just a big mess. So like, when you go between C++ and Rust, you lose out on like all your structuring and like type benefits that both of these languages kind of like provide. And unless your binding layer is like very robustly designed, you're gonna have a lot of problems trying to interconnect that. Like, C++ has, for example, what's it called? Unique pointer. These are somewhat analogous to, like, Rust's box type. But they're not the same. And you can't just put, like, the Rust box type in C++ because there's not really... There isn't, like, type stuff for that, so it doesn't overlap correctly. And then you have, like, the various, like, string classes in C++. All the standard library ones are going to be, like, you could potentially, like, convert them to, like, OS string or something in Rust, but if you want to, like, manipulate them in Rust as, like, UTF-8 strings, the canonical Rust string, you're gonna have trouble with that. So at that point, you're just, like, you're essentially just making Rust code and C++ code, and they're doing their own things, and they're just sort of in their own little containers. And then they, like, you have to marshal all of your pointers and objects between the two. And I'm like, maybe. Maybe there's a world that exists where you have, like, some sort of weird multi-language, like, standard library. And then you're like, and then you can, like, use it for both C++ and Rust. But to my knowledge, no such thing exists. The food? Everyone needs food every once in a while. Pizza? Do I get pizza? I'm not getting any pizza, am I? Am I? Nympheus is eating pizza without me. Eee. $14,000 kilometers away. That's 14 million meters. I think that's an exaggeration. $14 megameters. That's not a unit you use on Earth very often, if ever. Have you considered suborbital delivery? Just put the pizza. Put the pizza in a rocket. Meisaka is not on a coast. Meisaka is in the middle of a landlocked city in the middle of a state. We are in the central time zone. the U.S. Central Time Zone, which is actually more of like, I don't know. So yeah. So yeah. Do you know of Illinois? Illinois. But the Melbourne. Yeah. Where's my teleportation crystal when I need it? Make it wet. You put it in a box. You'll just take the pizza. If you were gonna deliver a pizza, do you think you would like have the pizza just sitting out, getting cold? No, you'd put it in a box. One of those hot and cold bag things. Keep the pizza hot. Hot and fresh and crispy. It might be crispy by the time it gets to me, but not in a good way. I still haven't figured out how I'm gonna make the commands do command thingies. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend swimming across the Pacific. I walked partway across my city, and my legs almost fell off. I wouldn't want to think about trying to walk across an entire ocean. Also, hello, and welcome to Takeda. Hi, hi. That's assuming I even can walk across the ocean. The last time I tried that, I fell in the water. It's almost like it doesn't want to be walked on. It's almost like you have to swim or something. A pro tip, don't try to walk on water. It doesn't work. Or maybe do try to walk on water. I'd actually like to, if someone's actually successful at that, I'd love to hear about it. Because I certainly am not. Well, I mean, Jesus walking on water is sort of like the exception. Are you Jesus? I don't think so. I don't think so. Set an example for everybody by walking on the water. And then everybody's like, what about us? We can't walk on water. You can't walk on water unless you believe. I don't think anyone believes. I think that's the problem with everything. Nobody believes that they can walk on water. So thus, nobody can walk on the water. Very E. We need a boat. We need a boat. It's a boat time. Yep, that's a pretty horrible joke. It's a boot time. It's a boot time to boot you out of here. E. Critical mass of puns. Too many puns. Yeah. EFI boot manager. Create disk NVMe 0 and 1. Part 5. Loader. EFI. Wait, these are backslashes. How dare you use EFI grub with backslashes? Make the rules. Yes, but if you type that into like a shell, it won't escape the backslashes properly. As your backslashes will get yeeted by the shell escape, and then they won't turn into backslashes anymore. You have to put them in like a single quote or double quote. Although if it's EFI boot manager, then I don't know. I do know, however, that it needs some sort of quoting. Also, welcome to the Panda from Tekken 8. Well, Subway sandwiches that I didn't have were probably delicious if I liked Subway sandwiches, which I don't necessarily. So I didn't have any. Such is life. So what do I need to do with this thing? We need to take the object level. And the object level needs to be a thing. Oblivion. 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 I don't think I've ever heard of Oblivion. Oblivion. 100% in all honesty. Elder Scrolls? Elder Scrolls. Oblivion. I don't usually play Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls? Where's the evil sound when I need it? I don't play many Elder Scrolls games. It's stream is not sponsored by Shadow Scrolls Legends of the Colossus. You can hack my scrolls. Hack my scrolls? Why are we auto-modding this? So what? I even want to know what it's... What is... Oh yeah. Salmon pizza. I don't think I've ever had salmon pizza. I don't know that I'd want salmon on my pizza. I can tolerate putting like fruit on pizza, but when it comes to like having fish, a fish on pizza is like... I don't know if that would go good together. A pizza is best served steaming hot. So hot that you can't even touch it. If it doesn't burn your fingers and mouth, it's not hot enough. There may or may not be a correlation between me burning my mouth trying to eat hot pizza and the fact that pizza needs to be eaten hot. Yeah, definitely no correlation there at all, whatsoever. I don't cough on the pizza. The pizza does not cause coughing. It causes pain and suffering. The pain and suffering makes it more delicious. I want more pizza. Oh yeah. Sushi pizza with ketchup. I mean, considering that, like, I pretty much take a hard pass on anything with ketchup on it, I would say no. I don't like ketchup. At all. Zittai. Sweet tomato goo? Well, first of all, you can make ketchup out of more than just tomatoes. Like, they used to also make it out of bananas. And secondly, it's way too damn sweet for its own good. Just like, ugh. Why so sweet? It needs to be less sweet. I'll take marinara sauce Over ketchup any day. Marinara is the goat. French fries? If I had a choice to eat French fries with marinara or ketchup, I'd pick the marinara. And like, and like, yeah. Although personally, if I make French fries, I usually just like, I don't know. Depends. Depends. If I want to have them with something, I might spritz them with like vinegar or some such. Or I might just eat them as is, maybe with a little bit of salt. The malt vinegar, the good stuff. Or I might have my fries with like, what's it called? Mayo? It's a little bit rarer. Malt vinegar. That sounds kind of cursed. Don't malt the vinegar. Malt the vinegar. Some sort of thingy. Let me do some sort of thingy to this thing. Thingy to this thingy. Gotta do some thingy to the thingy in order to make the thingy do the other thingy and this and the other thing. Eat pizza while raiding in Final Fantasy 14? Which you can play for free? All the way up to level 70? Level 70. Yes. Because the award-winning Final Fantasy 14 MMO includes like all of the expansions, Heaven's Word and Stormblood. In the free trial, it's the meme that keeps on giving. But to actually answer the question, yes, while raiding, usually at the beginning of a raid, I found myself eating pizza during raid pulls. Very nom nom. Just the Chandu 16. Hello, hello, hello. Pizza sauce. I don't get the sauce on the keyboard. That'd be kind of ick. No? I have like a gamepad thingy. I have maybe sometimes showed off the gamepad thingy. But the gamepad lets me, like, play the game with one hand and eat pizza with the other hand. Never mind the fact that I'm stuck looking one direction because my other hand is the one that uses the mouse. And the mouse is important for looking around at things. We want to show the gamepad. Where is display? What's it called? Camera thingy. Not that camera thingy. View? Do you have perspective? Do you have view? View. A view of thingy? I'm just gonna... Alright, Luma wipe. Behold, gamepad thingy. Let me turn tracking lights to white. You got regular keyboard, and then you got game thingy. And then you kind of like thumbstick. And then there's lots of buttons. And then they let me fly things. They let me play game, and there's a little button on the side. Thumbstick makes your character move. So you press the thumbstick, and then you walk around with the thumbstick. It's very ergonomic. Very important. It's it has two different modes. One is like a keyboard mode and the other one is an analog mode. I have it set to the analog mode. So like it it's just dust. Dust and cat hair. I can like walk in arbitrary directions and stuff. The metal thingy. This is a pair of tweezers. Very important. Next to it is a nail clipper. Also very important. And lurking on my keyboard is a nail file. Extra important. Extra important. Gotta keep my nails taken care of, you know? It is essential. It is essential. Because they are long and pointy. Important cables? Important cables? I don't know, we just got loose wires laying around. I don't care. Loose wires attached to like glowy lights. Very important. Everybody needs glowy lights. The flannel fantasy. I play the flannel fantasy every maybe. What is it? At least twice a week. At least twice a week. The whole setup. You don't need the whole setup, do you? Do you? Maybe. maybe we just zoom out here. We have my diffusers, which are important for tracking. We have Mesaka, important for Mesaka-ing. We have chat up there again, because important. We have Mesaka again. We have all the audio channels in existence. All of them. All of them. Yes, I have 8 audio inputs onto my channels. Very many. Balmung? We don't Balmung. We have the friend. You can already sort of see that if I didn't have this camera open. Very E. Get my to-do list. Wait, that's too meta. I got my lights. I got my tracking camera. I got my lucky cat. The camera? Oh no. The one that I'm holding. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe 4, if you don't count the cell phones. Cell phones? Plural? 1 phone. 2 phone. I have the leap motion. Is that a camera? Maybe. Maybe that's 5. Not really a camera, but it can pretend to be a camera. We got the blinky glowy thing. Powering the lights. Very important. I have my official Final Fantasy XIV token. Very important. Very, very important. We have the infamous DOS keyboard. Infamous, because the keycaps are all... they are all blank, as they say. The cat jumps up on me. I pet the cat. Cat hair flies everywhere. And I spend the next number of days picking cat hair off my keyboard. And then every so often I'll be like, enough is enough, and I'll vacuum my keyboard, and then it's clean, and then the cat will jump on me, and then it will be covered in cat hair again. And then I'm like, why did we vacuum the keyboard for again? And then we have the artificial sun. E? Don't E? And then we have... this is actually 2 different computers. So like, the keyboard is for the bottom 2 monitors. And then the upper monitor is a separate computer which we control using a joystick. The joystick flies the mouse cursor around. I think we covered this. Sort of. Kind of, sort of. So we got OBS. We got the sound software. We got web browser. We got a media player. I got meds. E. Got nails. We take care of the nails. We got keyboard number 2. We got that Mac Mini from 2011. We got the audio interface device thing. It's where all the sound comes from. We got ancient cell phone. We got mouse number 2. We got mouse number 1. Also, this keyboard here, this is like some sort of IBM. It's a very old keyboard. Some kind of IBM, like PS2 keyboard. We got electronics equipment over there. Or whenever I get bored, we've got the scope. Everybody needs a scope. We got auxiliary monitor. Auxiliary monitor has nothing on it, which is why it's off. Behind the auxiliary monitor is the cardboard computer. This is a cardboard box with a computer inside of it. I cut a hole for ventilation. Very important. We have the magnet collection. The infamous magnet collection. We have the mandatory astrologian job pin. Very important. Sketch pad. No such thing. We have no such thing. Maybe I do, I don't know. No? No. I'm gonna think if I do or not. But I don't think so. I don't think so. Inception. Inception, I tell you. Inception. We'll just line this up. Let the stream delay take the world. Take the world. Don't worry, you won't be able to see anything. It's too bright. %100% certified, too bright. The screen is burning with the heat of 1,000 suns. And then we have the computer itself, which is kind of like, yeah. It's got blinky lights. It's got CPU in there. There's a smattering of RGB, but that's all you're gonna get out of this thing. It is otherwise darkness. Pure, epic darkness. Because everybody needs some darkness, right? And then we say hello to the microphone. I should not poke that. That would be kind of And then because it was mentioned earlier, I have the rabbit and steel plushie. The bunny. That's an important. I think that concludes this observation of stuff. Sort of. You have pizza? You didn't bring me any. A controller? A controller? I have a PlayStation 3 controller buried under some of the stuff on the desk. If I need to use that for something, which is pretty rare. For a lot of things, I can either get away with the keyboard or I can control stuff with, like, the gamepad. It's sort of like a slim form PS3 controller. But the actual... I don't know if you're referring to the controller or the console. Console? I don't know. I was like, don't the controllers only have one size? What am I being asked here? The Mesaka OS will never be stable. It will be forever evil. Forever in turmoil. A swirling pit of indeterminism. Probably. I don't know if that's a very good determinism. Very indeterminism. Yeah. Somewhat yeah. Yeah, I think probably the biggest yeah is anyone that has not attempted to, like, unchibi me this entire time. Which I am partially grateful for. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? The redeem has a timer. But, like, I can just go in and I can, like, switch it around manually and it will just stick. But if you do the redeem, it starts the timer. So in 7 minutes, we will become unchibi. I shouldn't have said anything. I could have been consistently chibi for the entirety of the stream since doing the switch. But no. But no. Someone had to go and start the chibi timer. It is Prel Cars. This is a name that I recognize from the Clonk sphere. Clonk sphere? The green circle? Sphere? Zone? Thing? The cyberspace? Greetings and hello. Oomph. I don't know if we have enough oomph. I don't know if we have enough oomph. I don't know about having enough oomph. I might need more oomph. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time thinking of how I want this to work. But I am. I am. The Oompa Loompa. Spelled with a PH. This is kind of like a must. One needs the Oompa Loompa. Hydrate? What if I don't want to? What are you gonna do? Too much water. And sometimes I wonder if it's too much water. Yes, talking while drinking. It's called a bad idea. Talking while drinking? That's minus 50 DKP. Mataya. See, what do I want here? We want the items to be condensed into... Why you lick Masaka? What did Masaka ever do to be deserving of such treatment? Absolutely nothing. Just licked Masaka. Doesn't taste good. Yeah. Angry Saka. Angry Saka. Do I need to do more art? Do I need to make angry Chibi Mesaka? Yeah, that's a thought. I'm not sure about that. I might have to think about that more off stream or something. So what do we want here? I want command. I want commands to exist. And then we want the commands to get pushed into the pipeline for the for whatever this thingy is. This thingy. Yeah, this thingy. Oh my god. The first time in like hours, I am 3D again. I can blink. I can look different directions. I could sway 2D because I turned it on manually earlier. Because I was like, I should just do this whole stream in 2D in Chibi Saka. So much for being 3D. So I did. I like switched it. And like, if I switch it, then it stays. Otherwise, I would have to force people to like juggle the Chibi Saka redeem. Which, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that necessarily, but that does kind of undermine the whole point of having a redemption. 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 What is this? This is like the... I think this needs to be a thing, a tree? The tree? The tree. I mean, like, if the current tree a level is less than what's it called? The tree level. Can we rearrange all of this nonsense? I'm gonna do else command tree push current tree, otherwise tree commands push current tree, and then current tree equals the newly fabricated pipeline tree. Maybe we just, oops, copy. We just copy and pasta. It's probably fine, right? And now we have tree commands. Tree command false. So it did nest them, probably, maybe. So can we do something like true, false, and E piped into O. You look like. You look like the wrong thing. The wrong thing. Not the wrong thing. Anything but the wrong thing. So we probably want, what is it, this AND function? And we want to like push. I want to push the tree. And then I want to set the current tree like a blank one. Because that's what we put commands into. I'm going to put this out here. Very eek. My hair color and the IRL. You know, a couple of people asked me this question. And I am not forthcoming with an answer. This is sort of like on a need-to-know basis. And pretty much nobody needs to know. I've had a variety of guesses, and I don't offer any hints. My hair is hair colored, but it's not hair colored. It is the color that hair is normally. Unless I were to color it, which I don't, because, like, I don't know, that I want to color my hair. Because coloring my hair would require bleh, something about bleach. You know, I did bleach my hair once. I tried to get it to be as white as possible. That was not good for it. That kind of wrecked it. Thankfully, it recovered. It recovered from the heinous activity that I subjected it to. Wait, damn it. Ugh. All of it had to regrow. All of it. Although I will say, it is technically longer now than it was back then. And this is after being fully regrown. Probably need to like trim the ends or something though. Very dry, very crispy, very would have a tendency to split at the ends. By crispy, I mean it was like you could like grab the hair and it would make crunchy sounds. Usually after washing it. It's kind of It was kind of It was not good. Which is the trade splatter. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I don't think this is the pattern that I want. I don't know what I want. I'm gonna have to remember how I did this. How did I do this again? The clock. Don't look at me like this. It was Lotus. Really? No playing with the hair. No playing with the hair. Omega. Omega. Attempts to parse Cyrillic. Realizes that the words don't make sense. Fails. Yeah. Who knows anymore? It resembles, what's it called? Russian? Maybe? I mean, it is Cyrillic. And only a handful of languages Cyrillic. Like that word right there looks kind of sort of somewhat similar. Sort of. Do I need to fetch my translate .google.com? Make sure that I am not having to like toss you out. Because I wouldn't want that to be a problem now, would it? This is like sort of a maybe. I think this is sort of a maybe. I think we have but one choice in the matter. But one simple choice in the matter. Yeet. Somewhat yeet. For real, for real. Not enough E. Not enough E. Valorant. No, I've never Valorant. Nor would I be able to. But I gotta have some of that random Cyrillic. Am I gonna have some of that random Cyrillic? Legends of Legware? Nope, never touching that. Never touching that either. And I need a better way of displaying command tree array thing. The Maisaka. Today, Maisaka. Kind of, I don't know, we're kind of approaching the point where I'm like worn out. Worn out more than I was. I don't know. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good, I would say, maybe. If not worn out, quite a lot. We very much have need of stretch break. A stretch break has been redemption, which means stretch break is what we shall do. A stretch break is where she will go. Stretch break. We never stretch break enough, do we? Do we not? Do we not? A break is stretch. A breaky. Not enough breaky to match breaky. I've been vaporized. A very ominous vaporization. We shall return in some number of minutes. from somewhere deep within the deep dark depths of non-existence springeth forth the Mesaka. We once again have returned. Not that it helps me remember how to do any of this. We're just gonna stringify. Stringify. You have value. Replacer space. Then we have undefined and then space 2. The lurk. A maximum lurk. I don't think that's much more readable. It's too much vertical white space. I wish there was less vertical white space. It's difficult, however, to tweak vertical white space. 'Tis the sleepy teal coder. Again. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. We are, in fact, still kind of going at it, although... I would somewhat question why I am doing so. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Very, Still very much, Let's see, what do I want to do here? We want to... maybe have a version that isn't nested silly. I might have to just like write a custom display command. Whatever we put here though, I think that the different level should not consume previous item. We should push item. Push item, maybe overwrite item. Although we might just need like some whole system. Some whole entire system for the different like functional levels of things. Because what do we have here? We have an OR list. An OR list. It's like what? False or maybe? Yeah. Very, yeah. It's too much A. So like push word. Just have like if the current tree command length 0. But also probably we want to check if the current tree is like a command tree. It says level equals 0. So we have command level 0. Or no, if we have a command level greater than 0. Then we'll push current tree. And we'll make a new one. It should have level set to 0. But we want to put that in the current tree, so let's like nest those together. And then we'll overwrite. Yeah. Yeah. Will that do what I want? Probably not. I'm going to try it anyway. Maybe. What if I assume that the default tree is put into the command tree? Just sort of by default. So that we don't need to create a new tree. And we don't want to push that. Because otherwise we might push the same object multiple times, which would not be good at all whatsoever. Okay, that's just straight up didn't work at all. That did not work at all. What do we have? We have current. Current level. Maybe I'll just set the current tree level to like 3 or something, so it doesn't like overwrite. And then I have to rearrange both of these to work in a different way. But mostly just this one. So basically, if we encounter a list object, which means that we have to like create a new subtree. See, our current tree level, well, I think by default, greater? Greater? So I want to take the current tree and I want to push the new one. No, we don't want to make another one. I want to rewrite the tree. Not true, a tree. Okay, I don't know if it would be working or not because now it's nests together. Just kind of eek. Maybe I do want to stringify it, maybe. Wait, what are you? Kind level 3 commands? True? Only the true? So we have a copy of the true outside? That's not alright at all. What are we doing? We are writing what is called a shell. A shell is the command interpreter commonly found on like Unix-like operating systems. Such as Linux and so forth. But writing the whole thing in TypeScript. Lovely, delicious TypeScript. And once we have written the shell, we will add some ghosts. That way we will have some ghosts in the shell. A seashell? A seashell by the seashore? It's more like a sheesh shell. A sheesh shell. A sheesh shell. But no one truly knows what the shell will do until it does it. But if there's one thing we do know, it's that none of it actually works properly at all whatsoever at all. I think we need like probably like an array. An array of different like levels. You can be another array of these command thingies. yay command thingies. Nobody loves command thingies. No, I do. I don't know if I need the current... I don't know if I need this command tree array or not. I do probably need to take a new one, and then we'll add this to levels. So when we have an and or an or object, I think this is sort of a case with, or we want while. No, we don't want while. What do I want? I want the length of the command level. And then we want to decrement the length. Descend the tree. And then if we have command levels, item, if your item level is a less than the current tree level, then we want to take, yep, we want to take thing, set current levels, the end, if that's not a thing, don't want to escape. Anything called current? And then if the current for the current item level is greater than the tree level, or possibly equal, I don't know. Then we want to push our tree. Push our tree into the levels. And then we want to break them. Break will. I think. I think that will let me do it. A pizza? If you want pizza, you might have to ask Nymphius. Nymphius had pizza. And didn't share with me. Sadness. This is not readable at all. Not at all. So do I want the command tree or the command level? I don't know. I do not know at all. What I do know is that it's not readable at all. And we might want to skip this. Like, why do we have true and maybe? That's not the right order at all. It should be true. And then false or something. I'm so much confusion. I am so much confusion. Is this because the level thing here? I don't think it would be. I don't think it would be, but I'm also not sure because none of this seems like it would work properly or not. I think we need more debugging information. I'm gonna love that debugging information. And also, I think there needs a better way of printing what is where and how. What is where and how inside the command tree. Maybe I make function. I make delicious function. Number. And then tree command. Come in, tree command. You copy? I don't copy. I don't think we copy. We don't copy. Command kind level. Very level. If length is greater than 0. Otherwise we have one with length equals 0. We want it to be like so, and then we want to do a 4. Probably. We'll just put some some sort of prefix on all of these. Yeah. Yeah. Never enough yeah. But no, but yeah. Alright, what are you complaining about? Alright, what are you complaining about? Commands? Or complain about commands? I guess if commands doesn't have any like sub-command objects in it, then we don't wanna don't wanna do one of these recursive calls. Which means I would have to pre-scan the entire list and probably set some sort of flag. The Baja Chicken. Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been to Chipotle. So I probably could not have had their chicken. See, this is object. Right, maybe? And you are definitely object. Is it more true? A break from this crazy loop. Like if more to display, then and then I think I want this. It's friends. Friend has been lurking here since earlier. Also, it's Yuki. I don't think Yuki was lurking here since earlier. Meisaka? Why is Meisaka still here? Just to suffer? This thing is not very happy about what? You? String is not assignable to objects. You gotta be like this. Why's it gotta be like this? I don't know if that's helpful or not. It does not look entirely helpful. I've probably seen less helpful commands before, though. Or less helpful outputs. Half of these are very much unlabeled. Okay. Okay. Zero. Well, zero doesn't really make much of a difference. What do we got going on here? We got true. And then we got and. And should contain the false. But it doesn't. Because the false is false. You have missed the song threshold. The song has switched. Who is twitching? Who is twitching for today? Meisaka is twitching. Am I though? Am I though? What if I'm not twitching? What if I was just like, up, it's time to, and then, but maybe it's time to, but perhaps. You never know. You just never know. And then I go poof. Or I don't. Sort of indecisive. The Yuki just appeared. Like, not even a few minutes ago. You are going to poof? We'll have a good poof? I should probably go poof at some point really soon. I want to figure out why my maybe and my false are in the wrong order. And then I will probably go poof. And why don't I have an OR function? Is this because we need less than or equal? Is this because we're off by 1? Maybe? Maybe, but also maybe not. Because now... No, it's not putting object levels into like subcommand levels. Get rid of that one. It's not helpful. I think my tree representation is better. So although this part is probably behaving properly, I'm guessing this part here isn't. Wait, we don't set the current tree to truey? Do we? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. We have something that resembles a function that exists, does things according to some specification. We can supposedly and or list. So you do maybe, probably, or perhaps pipe. Pipe is going to be broken because we don't have this functionality baked into a function instead of actually put where we need it to. Yeah, it doesn't work at all. Doesn't work at all. So we could do function. That's not how you spell function. Push level. Push it level. I'm going to take this functionality. I'm going to push the functionality into function call and inclusive or not. I'm going to push this level. And then here, we're going to push this level. A word of encourage. A word of encourage. Maybe a few word of encourage. Never give up. Never surrender. You can push through. You have the power. I believe. A, E, B, or C, pipeline, E. My pipeline could probably use some work. Slightly. Cheese and toast. They don't understand De Morgan's law? They apparently don't. Cheese or toasted. Cheese X or toasted. Oh, that wouldn't be very helpful, though. You probably want cheese or toasted. Otherwise, you will have cheese and maybe toasted, but could not be depending on what their mood is. But maybe cheese is only available if you do toast it, which would be problematic. Would be highly problematic on so many levels. Alright, that nests my E's. It nests the E. All of those go into a pipeline, and then we get and then we get an or, and then we've got a pipeline inside the or. That's not too bad. This isn't too bad. There's probably something to be said about, like, nesting the pipeline objects in a more efficient way instead of doing whatever the hell I'm doing here, but we can do that some other day. As for now, we have successfully sort of nested objects grammatically. Sort of. I'm not going to claim that it works well, or that it gives me the representation that I exactly want. But it's a start. It's close. Which is more than I could probably have asked for. Given the fact that I started off with it being, like, completely and totally broken. and very much not functional in the slightest. Very. If you say yes, yes, cheese and toasted, you get both. You get both now. No indecision for you. None at all. None at all. Anyways, I'm sort of worn out now, so we're gonna go to the end is approaching kind of deal. And I'm gonna stop here, I think. We will say bye-bye to a friend who has joined me for part of the stream. As well as Spinning Cat, who's joined me for most of the stream. And then I will say bye-bye to anyone still lurking here. Well, thank you much, as always, for watching me make silly operating system. I appreciate all of you joining me on this most auspicious of days. A special thank you to the Russian what's his name earlier for getting themselves banned. Congratulations. Something else? Something else? We have to say hello and goodbye again to the cool coding cat for constantly disappearing. Rare accomplishment. It's not as rare as you might think. We're very yawn. I'm going to be very yawn. I'm going to probably like chill out and then go to bed here pretty soon, so what they do? I guess you could say they insulted me in Russian Cyrillic. And I took offense to this. Very truly. So they got the ban hammer. The apocalypse is approaching. The end is near. Repent. Return. Rethrow? No, that's not right. Remember to follow Mesaka. No, wait. I did Google Translate it. Yes, yes. We got out the Google Translate. I don't take banning for random Cyrillic lightly. It's gotta be legitimate. Oh, if it was just random messages in like Cyrillic Russian, then like I would be like, use the English or don't do that, and like delete or time out. But they're not a nice message, so they they crossed they crossed the lines. Yes, I have lines. Truly, truly. Yeah, yeah. Anyways, bye bye for now. Take care, take care. See you, see you. Visit me again, maybe. I will probably be back on the Thursday. The Thursday. The Thursday. The Moku. And that's also somewhat of a. In some places, that's also going to be like Friday morning. The Thursday night, Friday morning. Depends on your time zone, I suppose. I say this every single time. Every single time. And then it's all just E. So, yeah, bye bye for now. Remember, meteor happens. And, um, yeah. Here.